Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope it's going alright. I'm gonna do some more reading today. Continuing from where we are. Skate, corkscrew. This would have been better to read before it. Oh, there we go. Bow, 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 bow. This would have been better to read before I started doing the tier power, so it would better explain stuff. Skate, corkscrew. You have the ability to warp and twist matter within your field of view, corkscrewing it until it is nothing but radioactive dust. This, however, is limited, as you are unable to warp the matter of living beings. Screamer. You have the ability to manipulate sound within roughly a mile radius. You can use it to amplify your voice, alter it to match others, throw it to speak directly into people's ears, or cancel out sounds you don't want to hear. Your abilities also allow you to hear sounds in almost any given area. It is almost impossible to cancel you out, as you can transmit sound, and by extension words, through multiple mediums. This includes bone. Thus, earplugs or earmuffs are ineffective. You can modulate the sound to can modulate the sound to the point that people will hear what you're saying as if it's the voice within your head. You can overload everyone in your range with the deafening, jarring scream. Sun Dancer. You can create a miniature sun, hundreds or thousands of degrees in temperature, that you can manipulate at will. It takes a few seconds to form a sun. The sun formed in your hands. Temperature within 5 feet of yourself is normalized, and while it won't put out fires, it will stop fires from hurting anyone. Cretan. Alright, Cretan. You can create a labyrinth through non-Euclidean space, however you're restricted to simple, unmovable surface. Using your power, any building is twisted and inverted into a confusing physics-breaking, space warping maze. Your power activates impulses with each wave warping the area further. You can use this ability to twist large areas, including several buildings, into a maze the size of a skyscraper. You're also able to manipulate the effect on a smaller scale within your radius to let you move through it. Damsel of Distress. You can create conical blasts of warp space that will destroy anything inside. You don't have full control over your power, and your blasts have enough recoil to launch you backwards. Yosha. You're a shaker who can create heavy industrial equipment out of the ground. You're capable of manifesting things like mechanical claws, molten hot metal, giant pincers, and enormous crane mount with a wrecking ball and giant buzzsaws. Your ability has limitation in which 3 splashes occur before you can summon anything significantly large. Ogun. Your power is implemented through a shaker aspect that manifests in patches near you that slowly grow and change. They eventually fill in the entire area, but you must remain stationary for this to happen. If you're in an area with enough technology or machines, your power will prioritize affecting them, transforming the machinery into a node that will serve to propagate the effect of your power. The effect propagates particularly well along with any wiring or cables. After you leave the area, the affected machines convert back into their original configurations. Examples of this ability include... Hold on. Hold on. 1 second. Examples of this ability include the creation of gigantic interlinked computer systems, complete with monitors and interfaces, turrets, automation, inconsistent, and teleportation devices that only operate within your area of effect. Further, portable housings of tinker devices are created that let you use your technology outside your area of effect. You have no conscious control over your power, but your power tends to give you things that assist in solving problems in your surroundings. Objects affected by your power only ever work for you. This time, you can warp space on a continental level. However, the presence of living beings interferes with your ability, with the process of using this power being described as smudging everything around like wet clay. You also possess a sort of mental map of the surrounding terrain. This power is incredibly versatile and works best when anchored to solid matter, effectively stretching, compressing, or bending it. This allows for applications such as shrinking objects or manipulating terrain to form treadmills to keep people away from you, though non-anchored effects are possible such as regions of space which redirect projectiles. Expanse. Required breaker redirection. Required striker movement, spatial rupture, or damsel distress. With redirection providing fine controls, spatial rupture or damsel of distress providing non-met and limited all or nothing offensive capabilities, and Vista providing sheer range, you have effectively jailbroken your spatial manipulation. This allows you to achieve just about any spatial effect with enough time and effort, from compressing entire oceans into the space of a bucket to portals and teleportation, to creating regions of warp and fracture space which destroy matter and energy. As a passive effect, you generate a field of warp space around yourself which automatically redirects and or destroys any matter or energy you explicitly do not allow to interact with you. If you possess the add-on space-time, then your ability to interfere with the time aspect of space is similarly jailbroken, with multiversal warping further extending your authority to all forms of dimensional phenomena, allowing you to reshape the surrounding space-time continuum at will. Space-time. Dimensional warping. Vista subsumes dimensional warping, integrating its diverse capabilities into itself, while retaining its original ease of use, forming something greater than its individual parts. In simpler terms, everything you could do with dimensional warping you can now do with Vista, greatly loosening your momentum, all while retaining Vista's range and ease of use. This effectively removes dimensional warping's reliance on just somatic gestures and skips the time it would normally take to manipulate space-time. Your mental map of terrain gains much greater fidelity and is capable of sensing spatial and temporal phenomena. If you possess multiversal warping, this gains dimensional reach, and your mental map gains the ability to sense dimensional phenomena as well, allowing you to identify parahumans through the presence of their grown-up potentia. Winter. You can create a damping effect that causes bullets to lose their inertia, heat to seep out of areas, or energy attacks to lose their fizzle, and humans to lose their will. You can concentrate your power in a smaller area, halting all motion, even at its widest and least intense. It reduces the ambient temperature to the point that moisture freezes in the air, creating a telltale mist. People under its effect experience a mental tapering.
Torpor.
Torpor. Feeling their thoughts slow to recall, they will stand still as if they died from the cold. Dispatch. You have the ability to create bubbles of accelerated time that can last as long as their inhabitants' oxygen, as well as enhanced inhabitants have oxygen, as well as enhanced strength and durability. You can stagger your bubble manifestation to give yourself super speed, allowing you to rapidly move in the bubble before returning to real time. To outside observers, the bubbles you create with your powers are regular areas of violent color and space distortion, obscuring the view inside and out. Further, anyone enclosed within is cut off from the outside world, as most abilities cannot breach the barrier your powers create. This allows you to provide areas for playing sessions and to provide emergency first aid, as well as enclose yourself with targets to dispatch them within seconds of real time while minutes to hours pass inside. hold on really quick. I'm gonna get something to drink. I'll be right back. Hello. Nursery. To use your power, you need to focus and hum a lullaby without being interrupted. This causes a localized area of space to blur into another world. This pocket dimension appears as a hazy indoor setting complete with beds, walls, carpeted floors, and stairs superimposed into the existing environment. During the appearance of the pocket dimension, a music box-like chiming begins, gradually intensifying in tempo and complexity, and being joined by the sound of your humming from additional sources. Whenever this reality is overlaying something, it keeps other powers from working properly. The chorus of humming comes from distinct sources located in the baby carriages, among other locations. You can wake them, causing wet noises and movement to come from the same locations. Once you and any accompanying you have left the affected area, the humming and chiming fade, and doors and windows begin to close. Your power lingers for a bit after you leave. If an area has been saturated with your ability, enough surfaces start producing fleshy growths inside them that can be broken out. If once disturbed, the growths will instinctively attack anyone nearby. The growths have a degree of permanence and can be hidden in containers as traps. They will remain even after you have left the area. You have some sense through these distant minions and are able to control them while in vicinity. Semiramis. Yeah, there we go.
Semiramis.
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 Semiramis. Semiramis.
Semiramis.
Semiramis. Semiramis. You have the ability to reverse the age of people and objects at the cost of them losing their memories at the time that has been reversed. You can also use your ability to speed up objects and as such speed up construction without disastrous side effects. You're capable of bringing an entire building down. Topsy. Semiramis. See it later. Well, damn. Topsy. You have the power to alter the direction but not the magnitude of gravitational pull on or by yourself, other people, and objects within your range. You apply your powers most offensively by hurling people or object up and then reversing your power to let them fall. This environmental change allows you to do things like walk along the sides of buildings. You're not strictly limited to shifting gravity 90 or even 180 degrees, but every degree in between. You can only manifest one gravitational change at a time. This power lets you weaponize loose objects, being able to reverse gravity, sending them up in the air, and then changing gravity to send it towards your targets. You can also use it to move large amounts of objects around, securing you to the ground as well as other objects negates much of your offensive ability. Your power has an upper limit. When objects reach the threshold of your effect, the object will be effectively weightless, and the liminality of the effect in regular gravity. Jed Taylor, you have a large-scale shaker and master ability that allows you to sense everybody in a fairly large range around yourself and create force fields copying the shape of any living things, including plants and microbes within your vicinity. Jed Tyler. They appear beside whenever they copy, and you can move them at all by will. Plants can't follow your command, but everything else does. They're strong, albeit slowly. Labyrinth. You can superimpose objects and locations from pocket worlds onto the surrounding area. The longer you have been in the area, the greater your range. Your power is affected by your mental state. The less lucid you are, the stronger your power. Scaffold. Cost 12 SP. You have the ability to create and alter building layouts by creating architecture with your powers. You can use this ability to slide walls around, create walls where they weren't any, create trapdoors, etc. Tongling Ta. You can send out terrain altering pulses that shape it to your design. Within your scope is raising new buildings, restructuring existing ones, including the direct control of the features of the building, or raising structures entirely. This allows you to maintain and clean buildings, though you're too slow to use in a fast-moving battle situation. You can create an entire palace and cancel out seismic events in your area of influence. Grey Boy. You are capable of creating static loops in time, during which any alterations made to their being are undone. Everything affected takes on a monochrome appearance. Only you can enter or leave created loops. During the loops, the only changes that will persist would be those influenced by you, as such as cuts and burns, and the victim's thoughts. Pain inflicted on those trapped within the loops is experienced repeatedly. You may adjust the duration of the loop, expanding it so the trapped individuals can speak full words, or shortening it to quickly repeat the initial burst of pain from a wound. You are unable to close these loops. The loops could persist for a long period, often exceeding the natural lifespan of living creatures. The loops could cover an area roughly equivalent to a square that was 5 feet wide and 8 feet tall. The power works at the speed of the of the your thoughts, able to stop sting enhanced darts in midair. The power rendered you effectively immortal, constantly restoring your body to the state it was in when you first received your abilities. This prevented you from aging or even becoming soiled. Your memories remain regardless of your form. Anytime you are injured or weakened, your power will take you back as far as necessary to reverse the damage. Anemia. You can redistribute pain and wounds across your entire body, rather than the point of hurt slash wounding. Glory Girl. You can have a force field that can block any blow, no matter how powerful, but any power impact will bring it down for about 2 seconds. Longer if it's a sustained hit. You can fly at almost 80 miles per hour. You have super strength strong enough to allow you to lift about 14 tons. You have an emotional aura that makes it so those around you in awe or fear you are either in awe or fear of you. That makes it so that those around you are feeling an emotion you chose. Your force field is larger than your body, is malleable to whatever shape you desire, such as forming telekinetic hands, but it cannot be larger than 10 times your size. Cuff. You have the ability to manipulate metal in direct contact with your skin, as well as for a few seconds after you stop touching it. Aegis. You can adapt to damage and can fly. Your adaptation allows you to act as if your body was at peak capacity no matter how much damage has been done to you. You do not feel pain. Bijou. Your body becomes a doll-like figure with a large stream of mixed appendages and trailing ghostly material. A curtain of cords, ribbons, and strings behind you. You are a body snatcher that can take over recently deceased corpses and maintain them in a like state, can attach retractable tools to your limbs and have uncanny strength and zombie-like durability while in a body. Burn Demand. You're a bird that becomes the Red Knight, manifesting a weapon and armor that replenishes itself by absorbing smoke and burned material. You can intensify any part of your body to make your armor glow with veins of intense heat. Where you wade, you'll only bring destruction and fire. Due to your size and the heat you emanate, you can't communicate or do much more than stampede through the area, generating the smoke and burn material that replenishes your body. If you stop moving, your equipment no longer replenishes and you self-immolate, becoming incapable of manifesting the Red Knight for weeks until you have gathered enough energy to manifest it once more. Crimson. Consuming the blood of others enhances your strength, speed, and durability. The more blood you consume, the stronger you get. This also increases how much you weigh, making you quite heavy. Chubster. Your power grants you the ability to gain durability at the cost of mobility. The slower you move, the tougher you become. Additionally, when you use your power, you generate a kinetic damping field around yourself with a similar effect. Sveta. Orchard. Your body can untangle into prehensile, flat, serrated tendrils capable of cutting with great force. These tendrils are formed from the outer layer of your body, making you completely hollow internally, able to store objects internally despite having no outward changes to your mass than if you were an average human. Oxfur. You possess enhanced size, strength, speed, and agility, can make a deafening roar, transfer harm from sunlight impacts to nearby people, and have pain resistance as well as faster healing. Querus. You have enhanced strength and oh fuck, what was that? and a protective ability that allows you to reflect damage, whether physical or power-based, back onto your attacker. You either need to see the person attacking you, or there needs to be some correlation between the person and the damage done. Stonewall. You can create extremely dense stone armor, as well as a shield, and have enough enhanced strength to wear them daily. They are semi-permanent, and you can manifest more at will. Chuckles. You have super speed in your head and your legs, and super strength in your chest and arms. Your power causes you to perceive the world around you in perpetual slow motion, leaving you unable to communicate normally. Damn, that sucks. Manpower. You have the ability to manipulate electromagnetism at the point-blank range. This includes a personal shield that augments your strength and durability, in addition to more esoteric uses of electromagnetism, such as attracting metal objects or discharging your shield to augment your hits. The Flower of the Hecatomb. You're a brute, capable of taking immense damage. When you become damaged, a new version of yourself will rip out of your damaged body. This new version is larger and stronger than your normal form. You have the potential to grow strong enough to take on or parry a direct attack from a titan. Vantage. You have super strength and reflexes that scale up depending on the number of opponents you face, with diminishing returns, as well as a 2 to 3 foot teleport and a minor increase in durability. Finja slash Menja. You have a breaker state that allows you to grow to be up to 6 times your normal height. This breaker state also grants you super strength, as well as increasing your durability nearly 100 times in relation to your current size. The damage you take is divided in proportion to your size, meaning that at maximum of 6 times your size, you can only take 1/6 of the damage. Brute Lung. You start as a low-level brute, but grow stronger and slowly transform into a dragon the longer you fight. You have pyrokinesis and enhanced senses that grow stronger the more you grow. Gavel. Your power makes it so that you can only take so much damage at a time and reduces the severity of any damage to a set amount. Shooting you with a hail of bullets would be a little different from shooting you with 1 or 2 bullets. And any given bullet would only gouge out a teaspoon's worth of flesh. Offensively, you have the ability to lift objects 3 to 4 times your own weight, and to imbue melee weapons with both your durability and with fast impact. You can also transfer your defensive power from your weapon to your target, making the target near invulnerable as it flies through the air. The target will then be pulverized when it hits something else. Torso. You have a very powerful headbutt capable of knocking very strong brutes over. You can only do this a limited number of times to powerful enemies before needing rest. You have an all-or-nothing grade of invulnerability, albeit limited to your head and torso. This also extends to master effects, making you immune to the Semiurge's screen. Moose. You're a brute with decently strong durability and strength. Your body movements and emanate shock waves, and you have precise control over how they spread. You can use this as a form of reactive defense by using your body as a spring in the face of a strike. Titan Oberon. You have the enhanced abilities of both Prancer and Moose as a Titan, with extreme speed and agility, capable of leaping 1.5 miles in a single bound. You're also extremely durable, and capable of tanking multiple attacks from both capes and other titans. Accumulated damage would still impact your mobility for a while, though you slowly regenerate. You can infuse inanimate objects caught in your shock waves with breaker effects. Doing so causes the debris to float, which you can then use for cover or as projectiles. Tritium. You're an Alexandria package cape with considerable super strength, enough to punch through a building, and ostensibly invisible and capable of flight. However, your abilities come with the unfortunate side effect of being radioactive. The harder you fight, the more radioactivity you build around yourself, although you're immune to the effects. Brute Crawler. You have a permanent adaptive regeneration. As long as you survive, and any injury will heal at incredible speeds. This healed tissue often gains non-human attributes / augmentations and is altered, if possible, to be more resistant to the source of the damage. Alright, hold on, I'm gonna make a sandwich. I'll be right back. Hello. You have a breaker form that distorts you, allowing you greater agility, reflexes, and ultimately the capability to dodge bullets, but is easily broken with even a glancing blow, taking time to reassert itself, rendering you relatively vulnerable in the interim. Cradle Grave. That was really good. Hold on. You can enter a ghostly breaker form to build and maintain the mechanized suit that holds and sustains your decaying corpse and brain. You can set the suit to autopilot while in your breaker form to leave it and interact with the battlefield. What the fuck? Hold on, Cradle Grave. Worm. Believed to be C-Sense the timer for trigger. Damn. Please cease current doctor goes to of Team Lich 5. What the fuck? BL2 Sunday refers to weekly Reddit posts written by Wildbone in the format of parahuman online posts set in the universe pre-Cold War. Encouraged to roleplay engage with the posts as if they were open citizens. And that's cool. Blood play. You have the ability to shrink to around 2 inches tall. While in this form, you're capable of flight and can produce a small, foot-long spray of high-pressure blood that is quite potent, casually penetrating metal. You can use this laser at your full size, but it is weaker. Disjoint. You can displace and teleport parts of your anatomy around a given area. You have to see them to retrieve them back. Your parts retain full functionality and sensation. Your capable of teleporting your eyes and ears in order to spy on people and gain intel. However, this leaves the rest of your body deaf and blind and lacking in balance. Cleat. You have the ability to turn into a giant ball with the armor you wear becoming the exterior. For example, turning into a giant ball of spikes when wearing spiky plate armor. In this form, you can accelerate faster than should be possible. Breaker, Shadow Stalker. You can enter a shadow-like breaker state in which you are lightweight and capable of phasing through matter. Capable of phasing. Electricity will harm you in this state. Carotid. You have a breaker form that is indestructible while still and have increased awareness. In this form, you don't need to eat. You can vary the speed you switch into your breaker state and can move by sliding yourself across the ground, both inside and outside your breaker state. Koshi. You disappear on death only to emerge from a nearby location, bigger, tougher, and stronger, but less intelligent. Alright. Wendigo. Your body is a space warping effect. Space warping lingers throughout your general area, leaving a trail of breaking / snapping / fracturing space warp behind you. You can also channel this effect into things you touch and maintain the ability to further warp yourself as an attack. Young Buck, you are capable of flight and can turn yourself and your gear into a living projectile, changing into a breaker form that allows you to go faster than the speed of sound but unable to change course. Alabaster, you have a power that resets you to your base form every 5 seconds. You also have a minor thinker power related to mechanics. Roman, you can toggle between 2 breaker sticks, one granting exceedingly maneuverable flight abilities, the other turning you into a mobile artillery platform. In your mover state, you can efficiently turn on a dime, moving at roughly 80 kilometers per hour. You can fly through solid concrete or meet bullets head-on without being harmed. As a blaster, you are able to fix it in place but can project vast numbers of missile projections. You can level a 10-story building in 8 seconds, taking 1 floor at a time. Sploosh. Sploosh. You can turn into a cloud of condensation, drawing all available airborne or liquid moisture to yourself, and reshaping yourself as you wields it. The maximum range you can control your water is in line of sight. Further water moves slower. Your control is best with visible and clean water. Fog. You can turn into a living fog that erodes living matter while it is inside. You can shift as much or as little as you wish into a gaseous entity. You can control your solidity. Gascon, you're a breaker whose form is permanently active. Any object you interact with is imbued with energy, reverting back to its prior condition and location after a set period duration of about half a minute. This serves to severely disorient people you use lethal force on. As a hypothetical example of how your power works, you could start beheading people and they would reset to their previous undamaged state, fully cognizant of about what occurred. As a secondary benefit of your power, you have no need to eat, sleep, or excrete. It's very hard for anyone or any ability to harm you, as you will simply reset back to your prior condition. Hidden Hand. You can adopt another 2-dimensional looking form in which you can envelop others and exert external force to their actions and assume limited control of their powers. Acid Bath. You can change into a form of acid and can shoot acid at people. Annex. You can enter a breaker state where you can reshape your body like a liquid. In this state, you're capable of merging with objects to spatially distort them and alter their shape. This includes things like lengthening, bending chains while also thinning them out, or reconstructing buildings from debris. This warping ability means that your body becomes intertwined with a material. While merged, you take on the durability of the object. When merged with an object, your senses are limited to feeling changes in the object, vibrations, temperature, etc. You're able to feel the temperature of the surfaces you're interacting with. Your power is limited to a short range around his body. Kingdom Come. You're a breaker who's able to vibrate and self-explode, showering those nearby with gore, more than should be contained in a human body. This explosion has enough force behind it to crack nearby windows. You then gain control over anyone covered in your body's material. You can control everyone under your influence simultaneously. Controlled subjects do not speak with their original voice, but instead a combination of your and your subject's voices. You can reform your body by separating it from the last unreleased victim. This can be partially prevented by restraining them. If your minions die, you can survive but suffer some personality damage. Your victims have a barely existing dreamlike recollection of periods under your control. Prince Prosperous. That sounds like a breaker slash master. Prince Prosperous. You can metamorphose yourself into a solid fixture that grants you nervous system control over humans and animals in the area, as well as unlimited control of electronics. In this state, you cannot move or be moved and are nigh invulnerable. Changer Wanton. You're a breaker changer stranger with the ability to turn into a localized telekinetic whirlwind. It goes for all intents and purposes. Your form picks up debris and other untethered objects and puts them in orbit around the central point within the storm. You have enough control of this to transport multiple wounded without actually hurting them. You can do this by moving them to the furthest part of your range where affected objects rotate the slowest. You have an upper limit of 12 minutes for the amount of time you can spend in your breaker state, but with time in regular combat, you can exceed it. Night. You transform into a monster whenever no one is looking at you. While in this form, you are incredibly strong, fast, and nearly invincible. Any damage you have taken is healed when you transform. What goes bump in the required? Master of the Hidden Veil. Your extensive power over that of the unseen has similarly manifested itself in your monstrous breaker form, making it even more formidable than before. Your overall strength, durability, and speed of this form has been improved to place you on par with some of the strongest parahumans around. Additionally, you have gained an extraordinary level of regeneration in this state, able to heal entire limbs in the blink of an eye, as long as no one is watching. Your amorphous ink blot-like body has also become even more versatile, allowing you to freely alter your size and shape to an extreme degree. You can shrink in the proportions of a snake to slip through hidden crevices, or increase your size to be larger than a tank to deliver devastating blows. Night Hag. You are capable of transforming into a unnaturally pale-skinned breaker form that visibly distorts and blends into nearby surfaces. In this breaker form, you don't need to eat or sleep, and you automatically infect surfaces when they're within a radius of 4.6 meters of yourself, temporarily transmuting them into materials similar in appearance to your breaker form. When you die, while in your breaker form, your body will shatter into black shards and reform out of an infected surface of your choice. You can only transform back by reabsorbing all currently infected surfaces. After transforming back, you will be hit with a drawback with intensity relative to the time you spent in the breaker state. Colts. You are a breaker, capable of transforming into a rough purple form with silvery, smoky hair. While you are in your breaker form, you have the ability to fly with incredible control, being able to stop on a dime, Conjure a foot-long black energy blade from each hand, capable of easily slicing through steel. Emit a short-range aura that inflicts intense agitation enough to incapacitate an average person, and have tinker power that allows you to construct studs that, while in your breaker form, absorb energy to emit hands made out of electricity. However, in this form, you are physically weakened, are unable to talk, and are stuck in an unusual mental state, similar to being on a stimulant, including a crash when transforming out of the form. Lord of Loss, you have a breaker ability that clothes you in metallic ribbons, allowing you to shapeshift into any form you choose. When you transform into forms with wings, you can fly. You're capable of inflating your forms to Endbringer size and crush buildings in passing. Your breaker power multiplies your efforts over time, giving repeated actions more effect and more power. Your power also lets you hit harder every time you strike at something, even counting the beats of wings against air, but it still takes time. Power Copy Master. Gloomy Vassal. You can see through the eyes of anyone you touch simultaneously, and for every several hours after you're touched, and can temporarily blind or hamper their senses as well. Juliet Vassal. You can make one person freeze as long as you stay completely still. This is especially effective on people with momentum, as they won't be able to change course. 13th Hour. Your power causes your opponents and yourself to pass out and flail and fall into a trance in a flash of light. Victims are conscious but helpless under your power. This trance can be broken if something suitably jarring happens to those caught within it, though it also carries the risk of waking you up as well. You can selectively affect people. Blister. You can create patches of warped space roughly 2 by 2 feet across. These slightly bulge out, distorting and discoloring space. When approached by anyone who isn't you, the bulges pop, revealing a duplicate. Duplicates perish after several minutes, but can reform into protrusions, repeating the process. Chicken Little. You can control birds by mentally setting rally points where birds get pulled towards. You can mentally push or pull to control where the birds move towards. When you're not controlling them, you can see through your bird's eyes. This can be used to make influence birds move in a way, told to attack targets on their way, and similar actions. You cannot control control individual birds during flight or out of sight, but you could, for example, make an individual pigeon hop from one knee to the other, then back again. You can control full flights of birds. Chitter. You have the ability to control a large amount of rats in a radius, able to command them and get some crude sensory feedback from them. Coifer. You can animate and control your hair, but are restricted to how much hair you have at a given time. This hair can be shaped into a variety of forms, including forms of shields for protection or multiple limbs for mobility, and you can use tools and weapons to improve your versatility. Wookiee. Your power is no longer restricted by the amount of hair you currently have. You can generate and control an endless supply at will. This applies to all your hair, including body hair, which you can now lengthen and strengthen just like the hair on your head. Every strand, no matter where it grows, becomes a potential weapon, tool, or shield. Felix Swoop. You have the ability to control birds with programmed paths via gestures and phrases. Although they need to be trained beforehand to learn these, you can apply fire resistance and pyrokinesis to them turning each into a phoenix. Larger birds are even more resistant to fire and explosions when granted this power. Minnacum. Through touch, you can impel individuals to move a set distance and attack anything that comes within their range. Mukade. You're a master who summons centipede-like creations from the sides of your body. These centipedes are half a foot wide, 2 inches tall, and have serrated, razor-sharp legs. They have mouths that can spew acid, and bodies that channel this acid in certain directions. The fluids are luminescent in the light and black in the dark. Nicholas Vassal. You have the ability to choose high levels of fear in other people. Roman Vassal. You can induce intense rage in others, however, you also inflict it upon yourself. This tends to cause duels between your inferior victims. In addition, you're faster and stronger than normal, capable of winning against an adult in unarmed combat. This increased strength is also given to those that your power affects. You possess a resistance to emotion-affecting powers. Seems pointless. Bitch. You can empower dogs by giving them symbiotic biological armor that vastly increases their size on the order of 3,000 or more pounds. Grants enhanced strength, durability, agility, and asymmetrical covering of bony plates, spikes, exposed muscles, calcified flesh, and prehensile tails. The armor only lasts a certain amount of time, however, it starts weakening after about 10 minutes on average, and is usually completely defunct by 15 minutes. You have trouble trying to socialize with humans, your power having hardwired you to better understand canines. You do not automatically control the dogs that you empower. Angel. You have a permanent master order that forces anybody perceiving you into a pleasurable synesthesia in a somewhat infatuated state. It partially affects technology. Could be transferred through cameras and weakened formed. You also have a unique vision that reveals things in the darkness, but limits your ability to see things in the light. You're a self-duplicator who can create 1 to 3 instances of yourself who each acts independently of the others. They have slightly different personalities and physical differences that can provide other benefits based on the separation. A minor drawback is an imperfect memory, accurate in the broad strokes, but you can mess up with some details. You and your clones have some degree of shared awareness. When separated, the Furcate instances need to decide who stays and who goes, as they draw down on their reserves for remaining separated, not choosing a possible Furcate to substantiate. Crusader. You can create ghostly duplicates of yourself and your possessions, which pass through inorganic objects but not organic ones. These ghostly clones cannot use your other powers. Decadent. Hold on real quick. Oh, fuck. Oh, this is so much better. Hold on. Sorry, I'm very tired. Hold on, let me me see if I can get some candy or something. Shit. Hello. Can you hear me chewing? Probably better you didn't hear anyway. Decadent. You have a certain amount of juice that refills over time. What the fuck? Hold on. Okay, lock in. You have a certain amount of juice that refills over time. You are able to induce intense and sensory complete hallucinations of whatever the target loves most. The intensity of and length of these hallucinations depend on how much accumulated juice you use on them, with a full dose starting a hallucination that can last 5 straight days. These hallucinations are so intense that the person afflicted will usually end up hating whatever it is they used to love. If you don't use up the juice you have saved up, it will start to unconsciously affect the people around you. Effervescent. You can manipulate emotions, specializing in incapacitating and stunning people. You can also read emotions in mass and at a significant range. This ability is refined to the point that it can act as a lie detector. You have a problem reading other emotion manipulators. Entourage. You are capable of a long-range self-duplication that operate independently with no personality degradation. Prism. You're a master who can split into 3 temporary clones. As long as just one survives, you'll live. You can reabsorb your clones in a flash of light to enhance yourself, allowing you to deal crushing blows to your opponents. The enhanced strength, speed, and durability. This enhances, however, it only lasts for a few seconds. Your clones retain the same equipment. You can choose to have them materialize without it, however, allowing you to escape restraints. It's possible for you to accidentally bring things along that you weren't aware of, and you have to consciously choose to exclude objects from being copied. Syndicate. You can form connections with anybody within your range. These connections need to be anchored on pieces of anatomy your powers can immediately recognize. While connected to people, you can feel everything they feel, and they can feel everything you do. This allows unfettered communication, coordination, and synchronization. When connected to multiple people, everybody can sense each other in what is labeled a network. In addition, these people can sense the locations of one another within the network. The range of this network works over large distances. This can be used in combat by forcing your opponent to feel any of the pain they are inflicting on you, or that you're inflicting upon yourself. It also greatly enhances your coordination to hand-to-hand fight, but only when tools aren't involved. Aura. You can create and control 3 animated force fields in the rough shaded bears that look like ghostly images. Pretender. You have the ability to take over the bodies of others with their powers still intact. You can't take over corpses. Princess Scarecrow. You can generate an aversion field affecting all individuals within roughly 500 feet /1.65 city blocks. Individuals who are close to you when your power activates experience a higher intensity effect and harm themselves as they attempt to leave the area. Ramfair. You have an emotion affecting and increased size and ability to heal very recent damage of those listening to the chant or by touching them, and by concentrating can perform giant leaps. Scary. You have total control of all arthropods within 3 to 5 blocks, as well as infinite multitasking. Vomit. You have the ability to imbue animals with human traits at the expense of stealing them from human subjects. These changes are permanent and can be both mental and physical. You do not require touch to make these changes. The mutated creatures have some measure of sapience and softness, thus they can be used to relay information. softens. Well, meaning awareness of one's thoughts. Okay. Alright. Creatures softens. Thus, they can be used to relay information and carry out a multitude of other tasks. How much they change is based on the animal used and the amount you have worked on them. Kudzu. You're a self-replicating master whose clones can self-replicate, but you are psychologically limited from exploiting this to its limit. Mocument. You have a master ability that allows you to create homunculus copies, caricatures, or mockeries of parahumans, including yourself. They, these are twisted creatures, versions of capes that represent everything the target hates about themselves. These clones also gain the abilities of the original cape, but in no way near as potent or reliable. You can leave several active at a time. You have a thinker power that gives you knowledge about what the target hates about themselves, which you can command your clones to share and make them talk about themselves. The homunculi don't exist for very long. Monokeros. You can apply your power on a nearby individual you're aware of, with a brief period between each selection. While under the effect of your power, the individual is attacked with an overwhelming wave of emotion, typically admiration for you. This feeling feels pure and is very strong. This wave of emotion does not have long-lasting effects. It is possible to resist for a time, but you could convince some people to kill themselves. While an individual is under the effect of your power, you also gain protection against that target, becoming immune to anything and everything that individual does. You also gain clairvoyance through their eyes and can psychometrically observe their histories/memories. However, this psychometry is inaccurate at the start, though it can ramp up with time. You can only affect one person at a time. You must point at or lock eyes with certain individuals to apply your power to them. You can fire your power while blinded, but you will still have to face potential targets and point in their direction. Regent. You can control other people's nervous systems. At first, all you can do is make them twitch, but if you're around someone long enough, you control their entire body. The further away and more people you control, the harder it is. You can use their powers. Spree, you have a master ability that allows you to produce a large amount of duplicates of yourself in a very short amount of time, roughly 15 clones every 3 seconds. These clones rapidly degrade after creation, ending up brain dead after a few seconds and reduced to pulp within 15 minutes. Sad Man's Parade. Required. Hive mind required cloning. Your copies now possess an instinctive superhuman cooperation, allowing them to coordinate with each other without getting in each other's way as they carry out your will like a swarm of ants. They also no longer degrade with time, though in return they are far more fragile, melting into rapidly evaporating gray sludge if they receive strong blows. Like a normal adult woman strike with a rolling pin or a teenager swing with a golf club. Each clone can in turn spawn more clones of their own, rapidly turning into a near unstoppable wave of bodies able to simply overrun any conventional force. clones still have access to your powers, and barring any ability that increases physical durability beyond withstanding the forces generated by their own strength. If a clone gets into contact with another person's blood, they can absorb it and create a clone of them loyal to you. These clones are also connected to the pseudo-hive mind, but beyond that have none of your powers. In return, they do, however, have any power their original have. Again, barring any that would increase physical defense, these clones do not inherit any memories of their original, but they do get their own body language and way of movement. Their fragile, mass-produced clones are not added to your hive mind, nor can they be served as original bodies if your old one is destroyed. Canary. Hold on. Oh. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Fuck. Oh. So tired. How tired are you? Tired enough that I kind of want to fall asleep now. But of course, as soon as the stream is over, I'm not going to be able to fall asleep because that's just how it works, isn't it? When you want to sleep, you can't sleep, but when you don't want to sleep, you can't fall asleep. It's such bullshit. Such bullshit. Okay. Alright, Canary, you are exceptionally skilled singer. You are an exceptionally skilled singer, but your singing also affects those who hear it. Anyone who hears you sing becomes susceptible to suggestions. However, you do not have an innate ability to tell when someone is under the influence of this effect, which may inadvertently cause words meant for normal conversation to turn power and force commands. Anyone may give suggestions with a broad range of applications. Suggestions can induce physical reactions, such as dawning, or compel involuntary actions. Commands like calm down can even soothe an affected subject in dangerous situations. The effect is weakened when transmitted through technology. Grim Survivor. You have a small increase in durability and strength. You also generate an aura that makes emotions and actions more slippery for those around you, escalating as the number of people in your own vicinity grows. Does every person is an antenna, part transmitting their feelings in part to others. Fuck, I'm really having trouble. Alright. Okay. Situations escalate and make people stupid, especially in larger groups. A friendly challenge becomes an outright brawl. A bit of fear into mindless stampede. stampeding fear, suppressing rational thought until you've killed due to this. Yet you don't stay down. The higher emotions run, the more intense they are, the faster and harder you come back. With a small yet permanent increase in durability and strength, and a stronger temporary increase right after your resurrection. Your wounds also regenerate once you've patched them up. However, if you die with no witnesses, then you'll simply stay dead, as there are no high running emotions to fuel your resurrection. Lustrum. You gain the ability to sap energy from everything around you to form a hard light projection of your own body. This projection can be large and roughly the same density as your own, or it can be normal sized and dense enough to have its own gravity well. Your power briefly cripples the minds, bodies, and powers of anyone nearby. Mark shown in time slot, la la la. Mock show. By touching objects, you can create loose telekinetically animated servants out of available mechanical material that are restricted to your immediate presence, like a garage door or several large vehicles, which you're able to drive purely by telekinesis. Obviously, offensively, you can refigure your targets into other shapes that can then move on their own, like humanoid minions, but other shapes are impossible if joints are physically present. Your creations need your continuous influence to remain animated. You aren't limited in the number of creations you can make or how far away they move from you, only by how far you can see and sense them. Your only true constraint is the time you have to create an object as your power adapts objects into servitudes for you regardless of material. Though prefabricated materials generally work best. Animating and converting structures like a bridge, building, a concrete block, or any other single piece construction lengthens the time to the point of infeasibility. With materials coming apart, your creations are incapable of flying. You know what? I don't want to read that anymore. Na 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 na. Ah! There's people yelling. Tier 2. These powers are powerful enough to give you a fighting chance against an Aiden Breaker, mano a mano. These are lesser powers accessible to all power origins. One of these isn't even enough to make you a street level cape on its own, though if you're clever and skilled enough, it might give you enough of an edge for you to succeed. If you had shard origin, you may choose for them to be connected to your shard. Tier 1. Tier 2. Trump Gamer System. Oh, damn. Your shard grants you access to a game-like system to manage your powers. By default, you have access to a basic system which includes attributes and the ability to grow by gaining experience. You gain experience by completing quests or defeating enemies. Does not need to involve killing them, and can increase your attributes by training. How the system works in details depends on the shard. Two people with this power can have systems that work differently. All other powers you select interface through this one and unlock their ability to grow. As you use them, your powers will grow in strength and will unlock new aspects. Your growth potential is not unlimited, however, your shard can only support a certain amount of total progression. This limit will be communicated to you. Unlimited power required. Negentropy or shardless. You are no longer limited in growth. However, powers become exponentially harder to grow the stronger they are. Villain system. Contractual villainy. A villainous task will appear in the form of quests and grant you rewards and penalties through the system. Over leveling. The question. Thanks to being able to absorb 0-point energy into its own reserves, it is possible to level up your abilities beyond what you were previously capable of. It is also possible through calculation to turn 0-point energy directly into experience points. Experience points gained this way will require decent amount of 0-point energy. Your shard may also begin to experience diminishing returns on the amount of experience points gained. If you use this method too much in a given time frame, negentropy removes this restriction. Magnets, son. How do they work? Oh, fuck. Fuck, okay, I need something with caffeine. Hold on, I'll be right back. Fuck, I'm sorry. I didn't realize how tired I was. Well, let's continue on with the power copy. Mock show. Alright. Noontide. You have the ability to drain strength and energy out of people, fatiguing them extremely quickly and leaving them feeling as weak as a baby, even momentarily interrupting active power usage. Master Salty Kov. You can compel others within your range to reverse allegiances, acting out with extreme prejudice against things they value most, be to the best of their abilities. The more they love it, the more they'll want to destroy it. Destroy or ruin it. Cherish. You have the ability to both know the complex emotions of those in a very large range around yourself and control emotions within a smaller radius. Hook line. You have a telekinetic control over 100-foot long cable with a hook on the end. Only you can control or influence it, and the cable is completely indestructible. Love Lost. Your primary ability. Your primary ability is an emotional manipulation power that expresses itself through a roar. You don't have much control over it. When unleashed, it can be particularly devastating, wrecking people's emotions and driving them into a frenzy to the point that they can turn on allies, making you very effective against groups. Solid objects can block your screen. Solid objects can block your screen. Your power includes a form of extrasensory perception, allowing you to sense others' emotions. You're highly mobile, able to run on walls with little effort. You have a tinker power with a specialty in claws for your hands and feet that enhance your power. Your claws are also enhanced by your power, becoming exceedingly sharp. Team. You have a master ability that allows you to create a veritable tide of low-grade minions. You can produce thousands at a time, and they can range from the size of a quarter to the size of a bear. Though a lot are too small, too weak, missing essential parts, or too dumb to be useful. You can also fly and use this to pour your minions on targets. Florence Vassal. You have the ability to implant severe permanent compulsions on others through physical contact that activate whenever certain conditions are met by the victim. You can choose both the conditions and the compulsions you inflict. This can go as far as to force your victims to engage in self-harm or starve themselves, with no apparent way to break the effect. Breed. You can create about 9 through 10 fully autonomous larval parasites a day. These parasites are purely instinct-based, unable to learn, and generally prioritize attacking vulnerable humans or uninfected human corpses in order to turn them into a hive and grow. Although they will abandon stealth to attack other targets in the case that you or they are threatened. In their larval state, they are roughly the size of lemons, appearing similar to trilobite. with a barbed shell and hard enough to resist conventional ammunition and weapons, sharp claws, and a long stinger tail. In this state, they tend to find them hiding places to lie in wait to ambush and burrow into their victims' orifices, waiting till they're still for a while before paralyzing them so that they can call their siblings using pheromones and collectively devour the victim from the inside out. As they feed upon more victims, they will grow bigger and bolder, finally capping out at human size, at which point they will develop several dangerous natural weapons, such as a shotgun spray of pellets containing a powerful acid. Satirical. You're capable of shifting your appearance into another person. Additionally, you are capable of splitting apart into multiple clones in a oozing process that starts with a polyp that separates from you and then takes on more defined features. You can vary the time it takes for this to happen or reverse it entirely. These clones in turn have their own shape-shifting ability, but while you can make them physically stronger than a target of equivalent mass, you can't replicate any powers they might have. Once killed or dismissed, the clones wither and collapse into bloody messes respectively. These clones are largely autonomous, but tend to either work towards whatever objective they were made for or listen to the original. There's no range limit, but your clothes wither within a day. Master Trump. Teacher. You have a Master Trump power that grants thinker/teacher powers to people you choose. However, the stronger the power, the greater decrease in faculties in the subject, making them unable to express any information/skills from their abilities. You can also modify existing powers to a limited degree by using a sort of hypnotic state to unlock it, similar to a second trigger. Egg. You can produce autonomous shape-shifting minions, for example a large featherless bird that is around 10 times your mass, has significant super strength, is able to track people, and who is relatively docile and predictable. Minions can be the size of houses. Your minions feed on your emotions and are affected by them physically. Mama Mathers. When you are perceived by something, the offending sense is infected with a fragment of you. This affects even power-based senses and technology, with said fragment immediately manifesting. The fragment will stay awake until you stop being perceived, and will be temporarily awakened once again every time the owner of the infected sense perceives your name or yourself. Through this fragment, you could perceive through the infected sense, meaning you could, for example, see using a CCTV camera effect and alter what the sense can perceive, which could be used to, for example, cause an emotional sense to detect calm from you when you are absolutely panicking. The fragment can manifest itself through the infected sense if the infection is sufficiently strong. Be it your voice if it was hearing, appearance if sight, touch if touch, etc. The potency of an infection, e.g. the strength of the effect, degree of control over that sense, information action duration, depends on how long and clearly the sense perceived you. For example, people who only fleetingly register you in some way are still effective only nominally, though this can still be enough to play tricks and distract people. With more exposure, you can cause powerful and disabling hallucinations. The strength of the infection can also affects how easily the fragment awakens enough to exposure to thinking or referring to you as an abstract sense, and is sufficient for the fragment to wake up. You can feel your connection with all of your fragments, and since each fragment is an instance of you, you basically have no problems handling all under your power, regardless of the quantity. You can allow infected to piggyback off your fragments to communicate with each other. Hold on. Upon arising from sleep, you will find yourself depleted of energy. You must remain awake for a period of time to recharge your power. To use this power, you must sleep, whereupon you can generate a new body and control it while your physical form remains in a state of slumber. Your forms can have various appearances and abilities. Note that the more biologically stable the form is, the less your ability's energy will be drained. You need to visualize the desired form. You need to visualize the desired form for initiation the creation process. You have a maximum of 2 minutes to manifest the form of you choosing. Transition between forms requires time. A hypno required, sleep empowered. Every time you fall asleep, you now enter a dreamscape as a formless entity. Oh, fuck. I'm trying to do, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing right now. Okay, alright, alright. Hypno. Sleep empowered. Every time you fall asleep, you now enter a dreamscape as a formless entity. You can use the energy you stored to design a body, granting it various capabilities and powers. The stronger the form, the greater the initial energy cost, as well as the passive energy drain. Furthermore, now, even when you are asleep without having a projection up, you can generate and store energy. The energy also doesn't reset when you awaken. Chimeric pooling. In the dream room, there is a pond that you intuitively know how to find. By immersing yourself in this pond, you will be capable of conjuring your form as you usually do when you fall asleep. You can choose to allow your cluster mates to immerse themselves as well, letting them add their own energy to your creation, strengthening it by allowing you to make more complex/unstable forms with less cost and giving them partial control over the form. When you are piloting your projection with your cluster mates, you will all have an instinctive abstract form of communication with each other, allowing you all to coordinate and control the form together better than you could have alone. Your cluster mate can only start contributing to the form while it's being made. BL4. You can induce suggestibility in people by looking at them. You can then implant triggers or orders, including erasing the memory of the suggestion. Morid Nag. Hold on. You have the ability to control your shadow, which has a sentience of its own. This shadow is capable of protecting you from harm, as well as acting on your behalf in various ways. The shadow's appearance, form, and abilities are all subject to change based on its absorption of other life forms. At the start, it is only big enough to fit in the palm of your hand. With enough absorption, the shadow will grow and gain significant power and influence, become a powerful force capable of challenging even the Endbringers. There is no known upper limit to the amount of strength the shadow can gain. Nilbog. You can create minions by recycling pre-existing living material. You can customize these minions with feelings and powers of their own, allowing for a vast array of shapes and forms. Your monsters can breed and give birth to more monsters. To create a monster, you enclose a target in one of your generated sacks. The target can try to fight free, but once enclosed, their biological materials pass through your body into another sack, where it's transformed into a slurry. This mixture of living matter can be used to create new monsters. Heartbreaker. You have the ability to manipulate any emotion of anyone within your line of sight. The psychological effects of your emotional manipulations are strong enough to make your thralls willing to die for you, and can be long-term or even permanent, continuing even after your death. You're unable to affect capes that experience significantly dulled emotions. Power Copy Tinker. Bauble. You are a tinker who specializes in glassworking and glassworking tools. For example, you can construct devices that can turn inorganic matter into glass. Exemulio, you're a tinker with the specialty of putting people into stasis. Blasto, you are a biotinker specialized in creating life forms. Cranial, you are a tinker specializing in neurology, including brain scans, draining or recording thoughts up to removing, modifying, and implanting memory/brain regions in the form of skills or talents. That doesn't seem like that could be useful in combat, but anyway. Eric Granholm. You're a tinker with an emphasis on drones and remote tanks with crystal cores. Fish Tank. You're a tinker with a specialty that involves sea creatures in some capacity. You're capable of creating a large humanoid mech containing an eel-like creature within. Gia. You're a tinker with a specialty in simulations. Examples include making simulations to practice in a fractal palace that confuse intruders with a kaleidoscope effect. Pwn. You're a tinker that can make anything, but whose creations work worse the more similar they are to previous creations. Your tinker tech also tends to be very crude and hodgepodge with an excess of openings and gaps that burn hot near a power source, which are highly explosive and violently detonate upon being dropped from high up. PWN. Created by Echidna. Alright. Boom. You're a tinker, Geopone. Pyrotechnical. You're a tinker with a specialty in flame manipulation. Special effects and guns. You're a tinker, riveting. You're a tinker with a specialty in attaching things to one another, like attaching bombs to steel girders. ROK. You're a tinker emphasizing your very heavy mechanical wings and a bodysuit that lets you wear the wings without your legs folding backwards beneath you. The wings are strong enough to pry open a bank full. door, but are not dexterous enough to make easy attacks in melee. In exchange for weakening their strength, you could load them with missiles and other payloads. Stinger, you're a tinker specializing in propulsion, mainly jetpacks and missiles. Big Rig, you're a tinker who builds drones that build things in turn, particularly buildings. Cass, you are a tinker that produces large batches of chemicals that provide various supportive effects upon being drunk. Examples include increased strength, flexibility, resistance to toxins, resistance to elements, resistance to harm, reflexes, or focus. There's restoration of damaged tissues and prompt rapid cellular growth. The batches have a rather serious use requirement, need the drinker to orderly imbibe large quantities at minimum liters of the drafts in order to receive the desired effect. You can also, after sufficient study, produce a draft that can nullify a specific person's power temporarily if they were to drink it. Glace. You are a tinker who specializes in cryogenics and stasis. This can be made into preservation efforts and utilized to create gadgets and weapons that freeze anyone you point it into. Leet. You are a tinker with access to all tinker technology trees that the entities deem safe. However, you have several key drawbacks, primarily the fact that you can only ever create something once. The more similar a tinker tech creation is to something that you made before, or the more you've worked within a particular idea or field, the higher the chance of a creation misfiring or failing. Alternatively, the more different your creation is in terms of design, mechanism, functions, etc. from anything you made before, the more likely it is to work. Last minute. You're a tinker with a specialty in time-related tinker tech that assists time-related powers. You also have a power to reverse the flow of time and make things move to reverse, mantin limited to inanimate objects. You could make bombs and boomerangs that behave unusually when under the effects of your power. And by studying parahumans with time-related powers, you can make equipment that assists them in using their powers. Rattan Finder. You're a music tinker whose sounds mutate people through said music. Trainwreck. You're a crude specialty resource tinker who can work with scrap and develop something that works surprisingly well from what should be inferior components. You're able to shift into a blob-like body, which you can change into working if slow-moving pseudopods, which can generate energy that you can use to power your tinker devices. Your gear is fairly limited, and you're nearly incapable of making anything fancy, but you can build it fast, build it durable, and you can build it from parts as common as a rusted old car. You can make your power armor with enhanced strength and durability. You can drive your suit without needing to use proper limbs when in your blob body. Yours upper crust. Your specialty is in large-scale defense systems, including ones that employ force fields. Well, I don't know why there's two costs. Tinker Worm Coil. You're a tinker who is capable of transferring your consciousness into a hardy life form that occupies animals, replacing their brains and gradually transforming them into twisted bipeds with tentacles threaded in and out of their bodies. Effectiveness to parry depending on where you are in the cycle. Arms Master. You are a tinker whose specialization is miniaturization and efficiency. Required. Ruggedization, redundancy. Kid, when your tinker abilities have merged into an incredibly broad tinker power centered around the concept of improvement of functionality. The tinker specialization enables you to incorporate every aspect of this concept into your tinker tech all at once, from enhancing its efficiency to improving its modularity and versatility. Miniaturizing it, or also increasing its redundancy and durability. You can maximize the functionality of your tinker tech beyond anything that even Arms Master, and Dragon combined could create. From weapons to software to biotechnology, you can improve it all. This tinker specialty drastically empowers and pairs well with almost any other tinker specialization. Kaizen. Kid Win. You're a tinker specializing in modularity. Your creations range from simple, cheap, and easy to produce gadgets that excel at one specific task to larger, more expensive inventions that can reconfigure themselves on the fly to do something else. Bits and pieces shifting and sliding like a Rubik's Cube. This specialization makes you a true jack-of-all-trades, master of none, efficient and resourceful, but lacking the raw power more focused tinkers might bring to the table. Minimalist technology. Required redundancy. Your modular tinker power has merged with the redundancy, making you a specialist in minimalist technology. Now your expertise revolves around creating devices that achieve more with less, each component oftentimes doing the work of three. Synergistic systems. Add-on augmentation. Instead of a hard distinction between your modular components and add-ons for other tinker tech, you can see both as fundamentally the same. As a result, any device you create or modify benefits from recursive enhancement. Every single component amplifies the function of every single other component in the system. For example, a stealth suit with noise dampers and a thermal cloak doesn't just mask heat and sound separately. The dampers slowly redirect heat signatures, and the thermal cloak absorbs residual vibrations, making the entire system far more effective than the sum of its parts. The enhancements scale exponentially at first, but hit diminishing returns once the system reaches a certain complexity threshold, preventing an infinite feedback loop. Breathless. Your tinker specialty lies in hydrotech that self-improves with use, regular curation, and attention required. Look out, you're a dual field tinker that specializes in surveillance and counter-surveillance, such as cameras and mobile terminals. Tinker Particulate. You're a dust tinker, able to create equipment like scanning device or a gun with 3 shots that can reduce things to dust and carve a 3-foot wide channel. Squealer. You have a tinker power focused on creating vehicles. Speed Racer. Required speed. Your tinker specialization goes beyond simply creating vehicles. You craft extraordinary machines of unparalleled speed. Fuck. Fuck. I'm getting tired again. Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Potter. caffeine. I'll be right back. Fuck. How many more of this do we got? Alright. Fuck. Okay, I think gonna well fun. Pause that. Play some Borderlands 2, see if that wakes me up a little bit more. Cause Jesus. Okay.
You alright, killer? I got as many people off Sanctuary as I could, but it was kind of a rush job. Looks like I scattered the Crimson Raiders around the area. Those weren't bandits that attacked us. They were trained soldiers. And that gas, it turned people into monsters. Find us a base camp while I look around for the others. We'll rally the troops and take back Sanctuary.
Alright. Let's go. Alright.
At ease, cowards. This is Colonel Hector of the new Pandora Army. You can stop running now. I already got what I wanted. Sanctuary and the Vault
losing blood.
Honestly,
Give me
I was hoping
yours.
for more of a fight. I mean, y'all got completely outmaneuvered. What happened to you Crimson Raiders? Seems you got your man rolling. Y'all turned into a pack of baby rats with your tail barbs tucked between your talons. So here's what happens now. You've seen what my paradise gas did to your people. Next up, the Hall of Pandora. Sure, it'll kill everyone on the planet, but every garden needs its fertilizer.
Well, he's a dickhead. He's right. Roland never would have let this happen.
Open your veins!
Alright, come on.
No, back in the day, Sanctuary was the pride of Gaul's mighty fleet. Since we've fallen into this, I hope you don't mind, but I've already made some upgrades. Here, I'll say it for you.
Get out! Get out! I can taste the iron. Shut up!
Alright, there we go.
Stop talking to me! Die! Boom! I can't wait to taste your lungs.
Oh, well, I can
Kill the little man! Time's up! Life is pain!
Murder Bear Doug? Uncle Toenails? Fists and Wrists? Lemon Drop? Oh, not you two. You were the toughest one of all.
Get all the stuff.
I swallowed your soul! Never stop the killing! Never! Get out of my head! Quiet!
Get sapling because he's small.
I hear the sounds of bloodthirsty murder, and I love it. Whoever you are, mystery bandit, kill those white freaks and turn that tide. Hey, how's that tide coming? Is it still turning? Heck yeah! Slice and dice those reaping creepers, my mysterious savior. Nice job.
I've got a huge hand! I told you what would happen! Blood! 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 Let me loose! Gotcha! Burn! Stop dying at me! Never stop the
pizza and watered down booze. A hell of a lifestyle, folks. But it made you soft. In my experience, an army rots from the top down. I led my people up from ruin, gave them something to believe in. That's why they follow me. We are New Pandora. We're the men who split our backs on the promise of paradise, but it was stolen from us. Now we're taking it back, starting with your ship and your key. Now paradise is a-coming, and if I have to choke the life out of every last person on this planet to get there, then that's what I'm gonna do.
Well.
I can't wait to taste your lungs. It's time to go insane.
It's not really like I'm doing it on purpose.
Open your veins. I can't take it! There's no fence on this fence! Burst it!
Oh, this might. Yeah, nope, did not kill him. Do you like me now?
The pain goes here! I told you what would happen!
Oh crap! A Vault Hunter! Heading!
Vaughn, your new bandit bro. Meet Vaughn. Hold on, there's something good up. Yeah.
Easy, easy! Hey, let's not get all shooty at me, okay? My name is Vaughn. Now I know we're supposed to be like, you know, mortal enemies or whatever, but I don't know, the enemy of my plant monster enemy, right? Sure. Hey, looks like Hector kicked you out of your home too, huh? Well, guess we better join forces.
Welcome to my camp, the Back Burner! Huh? Look, Hector's Vine Freaks could be back at any moment.
We better secure camp, Vault Hunter. The Backburner's firewall got knocked out, and I'm talking an actual wall of fire. We gotta reset the security relays to get that
Firewall a flamin'! You know, I actually opened a vault once. Went from Hyperion accountant to vault guy to bandit war chief. It's a long but very touching story. Hey, I'll tell you about it sometime over some questionably sourced meat. Me and my bandit clan were living over in the wreckage of Helios Station, and Hector shows up and ordered us to give him our moonshot cannons, but we said, hell no, we won't, bro! And that didn't work out too well. We tried fighting off Hector's new Pandora soldiers, but we were no match for him. I probably should have armed my clan with more than presentation-grade Hyperion laser pointers. Lesson learned, I guess. Me and the survivors regrouped here. We were getting ready to retake Helios when Hector launched a gas attack and turned everyone but me into Vine Freaks. Now that dude Hector's walking around like he's Mega President King of Pandora or whatever. You know, Pandora's like air or meat or underwear. It's meant to be shared.
Get out! Get out! Get out! Poured into flames!
Sweet.
The pain goes here! Stop judging me! Get out! Get out! Get out!
Nice! Now you can reboot the last relay. We'll have that old firewall a flamin' in no time. And if any of my clan survive, they'll come running when they see a fire. They always do. It's hilarious.
You did it! If Hector sends more Vine Freaks, we'll be ready for him. That's one of those Vine Freaks! Kill it, stab it, shoot it!
No, no, no! Shut up! Get out of my head! Shut up! Let me loose! Swallowed your soul!
Let's chat Blood Pact. Well, I never thought I'd team up with a filthy, smelly vault hunter like you, but desperate mind freak gas-turning times call for desperate measures. Screw that home thief, Hector. You and I are gonna mess that dude up. Blood Pact!
The chair.
Gun at your side. Check back later, dude.
The choices are pretzeling my inner lobes.
My new weapon of the day.
You allied with Lord named Vaughn against the mutated.
Sup, killer? Good work finding a camp. Guess this will be our home while we figure out how to take back Sanctuary.
This is my camp?
Hey, Lil. Step back if you don't want to get any bandit on you.
Easy, easy! We can share! Hey, want to take a spin in my lucky underwear?
I'm listening.
I'm gonna teleport back to Sanctuary and try to take Hector out. Maybe there's still time to fix this. Not gonna happen. I can't get to him. Sanctuary's flooded with that gas. Tannis, can you, I don't know, whip us up an antidote? Of course. I will first need to discover the nature of these mutations. Send me some plant genitalia. I believe they are called flowers at your reading level. What she said. Let's get it done.
So you cowards teamed up with that bandit from Helios? Figures. They gave up their moonshot cannons real easy. Now I can launch my paradise gas wherever my eye can see. Adapt and reuse. That's called strategy. You know, if you ever want to taste victory for a change.
I'm so ready to kill that guy. Get Tannis those samples, killer. I'll keep rounding up the raiders. Tannis, I couldn't find you after the attack. You somewhere safe? Oh, yes. I am secure in one of my many hidden panic shelters. Handy when you live in a constant state of panic. Enough small talk. Get me those samples and we'll have a plant monster army of our own in no time. We just need an antidote. Fine. Honestly, sometimes you people make no sense whatsoever. Get Tannis those samples, killer. I'll keep rounding up the raiders. yourself hitting harder while fighting within a gas pocket. Strange, but potentially helpful. Do keep a close eye on your exposure level, unless sprouting vines and losing your mind is a newfound kink. In which case, I have some echo novels for your perusal. Judgment-free zone. Look for closed bulbs. I need pure specimens. I see the gas has infected the local fauna as well. Vault Hunter, try obtaining samples from those infected scabs.
Rampage and heal! Heal and rampage! Stop talking to me! Such beautiful misery! Who made this gun? Don't cry when I pull your lung. Stop dying at me! Nothingness! No! 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 Yeah.
These mutated plants are enormous, even by Pandoran standards. It's unlikely that this gas is naturally occurring. Someone engineered it. The gas has been elegantly designed to increase biomass at an exponential rate. In dumb speak, gas make tiny plant go big and do the ouch.
Tess, we are not that dumb. Do I instantly die? I do not instantly die.
Creating this gas would require an understanding of advanced biogenetics I can only describe as brilliant and rousing. Now we must discern how the gas is infecting humans. I will require samples, specifically brain matter, which I like to call that good gray stuff.
Damn, Tess, you a freak. Rainbow Runner. Runner skin customization. Find infected brains.
I've got a huge hand! Shut up!
My, such playful mRNA structure.
Keep the black forest!
Yes, I will.
Burst it!
Keep my Class 5 biohazard suit on. Just a few more samples, Vault Hunter.
191
I've
coming
almost
for ya.
reached a conclusion.
Y'all are just scared. Who's gonna bury you, Raider? Where's Yo? My shields are out. Coming for ya. For new pass.
Oh damn.
Hyperion says life is for living, and death is for running
Oh
from
boy,
it all.
here we go.
You're nothing! There is nothing but agony!
Gonna hit you where it hurts. I'm exposed. I know where it hurts. Gonna hit you where it hurts. I know where it hurts.
Oh Jesus, there's someone that heals people? Well, that's fucked up.
The Hyperion Corporation wishes to clarify that the bright light you saw after death was our digital not
You
a
just
higher
ain't
power,
good enough,
not
Raider.
higher
I can't take it! man!
Breakthrough! We all know that the Pandoran atmosphere is chock full of benign spores. The gas mutates the spores already present in our lungs. Oh, wonderful. The spores spread to the brain, taking over the nervous system. The subjects are left nearly mindless, like a slag huff addict or a music enthusiast. Disappointing news. I lack the expertise necessary to synthesize the gas and create our own legions of plant-human hybrids. Again, not doing that. You sound just like that university ethics board. No matter. Return to the back burner and send me those samples. I'm running out of iridium, so I'm gonna make one last sweep for survivors. See you back at camp.
That's why you don't do that.
Dissect it with your weapon of choice. Like I always say, the more horrifying specimens, the merrier.
I hate me!
Pointless, but well done.
Get your health and shields right here. Be careful out there.
Aw, you care.
Wanna live. Good choice, probably. You're in Oregon.
Please send me those samples as soon as possible. I've made every preparation and completely disrobed so that there is nothing between me and the laboratory-grade mylar of this biohazard suit. The sensation is very satisfying.
Damn, she is a freak.
Oh, that's on me. Yeah, I was scanning my glutes for reasons, and I busted the science thing. Just give it a little bandit high five.
Scanning biosignature.
I love that sound. Vault Hunter, over here. Tannis is working on an antidote. In the meantime, let's find a way back up to Sanctuary.
Lilith, me and Talon got a nice perch up by Mount Scarab. We might have found a way up to Sanctuary.
Mordecai, good to hear from you.
I wasn't gonna let you fight this one without me. Oh, crap! Brace yourselves! Bunch of Hector Salad soldiers are headed your way!
Ellie, it's time for a fight. Those defenses ready?
Almost! Could use some help getting more turrets online. VH, there's a bash range on the table over there. Grab it for me, will you?
Winging it, one thwack's all it
Those
takes.
things will fix anything with a few thwacks. I set up a badass choke
Oh,
point
he
just
is
outside
dead.
camp. Get them turrets humming, Vault Hunter. This will be a primo kill zone once you fix up them turrets. Give them a thwack with the bash range. One more turret should do it. Just in time. I see them viney sumbitches coming. Let's whack them weeds.
Defend the camp! Yeah, defend my camp!
It's time to go insane! Eat my wrath! Never stop the killing! Never! You can't control me!
Oh, you bitch! That's fucking bullshit.
The Hyperion Corporation says you're welcome.
Stop judging me! You're nothing! Get out of my head! I told you what would happen! You can't control me! Die! Life is pain! I hate me! of life! Shut up!
Do not worry about the afterlife, Hyperion customer. Hell is reserved exclusively for
You're nothing! Blood in the water!
God damn it. This is pretty rough for my character. I swallowed your soul! Tick-tock! I'll take you all with me! Get out! Get out! Get out of my head! Well, that ain't doing any damage whatsoever.
So long as you believe in yourself, nothing can truly kill you, except Handsome Jack.
Yeah! You might look and smell like a vault hunter, but you totally fight like a bandit. And that is the highest compliment.
Dennis, any updates? Well, I cannot produce an antidote, but I have traced the gas to a scientist named Cassius Leclermand.
Whoa, Cassius? I know that science dude. I'm gonna call him now. Yo, Cassius! Hey, it's Vaughn.
Vaughn, hello. I'm rather busy on a secret project.
Gotcha. Super quick question. Did you plant monster up my bros?
I would never plant monster up your bros. Hector swore that... Ah, I see. I've been tricked into working for an evil megalomaniac. My bad.
Hey, happens to the best of us, bro.
Come to my secret laboratory. The entrance is through the old doll mine. I'll begin working on an antidote immediately.
I got eyes on the mine, Lilith. Let you know if I see anything.
Keep me posted, Mordecai. The Vault Hunter will meet you there.
Alright, hold on. Better come, want to come for the king, better kill the king. Do you like me now? Well, that don't sound good. He's pissing. Talon, new wings, same blood. Your defect, kill more. Rock, Lilith and the gang. Broken bridge. Poor Scooter. Aw. Home sweet home. P.S. get milk. Fuck this plan. Place. Worms, kill them all. Doll mine, maybe? More green stuff. Green boots.
Swing the axe. Strength the health. I hate me. Life is pain.
Talon, Mordecai's new bird. I think he's trying to tell us something. What's that, Talon? Mordecai got attacked by anthrax. Vault Hunter, follow Talon.
I feel a deep, dark warmth.
Still haven't heard from Mordecai. Keep following Talon. We've lost too much already. We can't lose Mordecai. He's the best scout in the Raiders. We've been fighting together since the beginning.
I can't take it! Blood!
Yeah, move. Oh, I gotta pick that up.
Mordecai, Brick, Roland. We had each other's backs. We fought together. That's how we survived for so long. When Roland died, Mordecai got me through some dark times. Couldn't have taken down Jack without him. The Crimson Raiders wouldn't be the same without Mordecai.
Talon, to me!
I've got a huge hand! There's no fence on this fence!
Suck it. Suck all of it.
Time to kill these chumps!
beginning to bleed. Kill the little man! Stop hitting yourself!
Damn it.
Hyperion would like to take this opportunity to say cha-ching.
I've got a huge hate! Confusion! I told you what would happen! No, no, no!
Not fast enough!
Mordecai, no scope required.
Yo, Vault Hunter, hurry up! I'm pinned down! Need an assist!
Hang in there, Mordecai. The Vault Hunter's coming.
Hell yeah! So this silence shows you what the Raiders can do!
you scream! Go for the gory! It's rampage time! I hate me!
God damn it.
Going dark.
Hyperion says permanent death, schmerminent, schmack.
Do you like me now?
I'll show you what a badass is!
Oh, you fucking...
Die!
God, I just need to kill this one guy.
Hyperion hopes your death was a learning experience, but wouldn't mind if you made the same mistake a few more times just to be sure.
Stop judging me! I'm gonna swallow your throat, badass! Stop talking to me!
Okay.
I'll take you all
my way.
with me!
Revive, 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 revive. There we go.
Oh, man.
You alright?
Lilith! Those pendejos cropped us in me.
Damn it! Mordecai's infected! This is my fault. We need that antidote now! I'll take him back to camp, get through that mine, and find the scientist.
Excellent. I eagerly await your arrival.
Good luck at that old doll mine. I heard that place was haunted. Cursed haunted.
Cursed, haunted as opposed to not cursed, haunted. Turn back now. Probably not gonna happen.
flank exposed to counterattack? That's basic military strategy. I already reinforced that door with 3 feet of solid titanium, you dumb-nuts.
Kill the little lad!
This guy's a 4-star asshole, but again, he's right. That gate's too thick for me to phase through. Come on back to camp and we'll figure it out.
Burst it! Confusion! Not fast enough! Let me loose! Death to live!
Let's go, go, go. Turn in.
Yo, killer, over here. We need to punch through that gate somehow. Cassius is our only chance of saving Mordecai and retaking Sanctuary.
Tritanium's chunky stuff, Lil. Gonna take one hell of a weapon, and what we got here ain't gonna cut it.
Yo, Lilith! What about the Helios moonshot?
Yeah, that could work. Bandit, you lived on Helios for a while. Think we can get the moonshot cannon working?
Oh yeah, totally! But just so you know, to get into Helios, you're gonna have to go through... the burrows. Have fun, don't die!
I don't love using Jack's weapons, but if it gets the job done, I can live with it.
Oh man! This is exciting! Surviving the burrows is a bandit rite of passage! You know what? If you make it through, you can be my vice war chief.
Alright. Quit. Achievements. Oh, 69. Nice. Quit. Save and quit. just... Alright. Your Tinker specialization goes beyond simply creating vehicles. You craft extraordinary machines of unparalleled speed and maneuverability. Whether it's a motorcycle that can break the sound barrier or a fighter jet capable of interplanetary travel, if a problem can be solved with speed and has a cockpit/pilot, you can likely engineer a solution for it, such as installing a knock system on a bicycle. Red line required armored warfare. Your vehicles are not just modes of transportations. They are self-sustaining habitats capable of withstanding the harshest environments and threats, from mobile cities that traverse the world's most dangerous terrains to spacecraft that can journey across galaxies. You have the ability to create cities on wheels, ships that can venture into space, or even drills that can reach the Earth's core. These vehicles are even capable of withstanding atomic warheads, all designed to provide everything needed for daily life. If the Speed Racer add-on is active, your vehicles could be designed to participate in races that span entire solar systems or galaxies. These vehicles would be equipped to handle any planetary environment, from the frozen plains of an ice world to the molten lava seas of a volcanic planet. All while maintaining the speed and maneuverability needed for high-stakes competition. Steam Wheel. You're a tinker who specializes in large mechanized suits, which are powered via steam. These suits are strong and heavy, can vent steam at people, and can camouflage into these steam clouds. Tecton. You're a tinker with a specialization in architecture and seismic technology. You also gain thinker abilities when it comes to sensing and intuiting architecture and geology. Dodge. You are a tinker specializing in creating simple pocket dimensions. Those dimensions are difficult to locate without knowing their entry point, requiring a transporter device afterward. Gun Deck. You're a tinker with a focus on heavy artillery, able to create missiles and guns large enough to fit on a tank. A back-mounted rocket that you could use to move around, and tinker tech that will allow you to easily reload your weaponry. You also have super strength without any additional durability. Jamestowner. You're a tinker whose technology creates a blast of anomalous radiation, and that can turn individuals into mutants that are docile towards you, but driven by their cannibalistic hunger and then leashed by their reluctance to be irradiated further. Sphere Mannequin. You're a tinker who specializes in self-contained systems designed to sustain life while sheltering it from external forces, including weather, space, and bugs. Bitter Pill. You're a tinker that specializes in medicine and drugs. Your drugs are primarily temporary in effect, requiring regular doses to have long-lasting effects. Examples include drugs that transform those who consume them essentially into zombies that obey your orders, truth serums, medicines capable of reversing your transformations, a liquid that transforms your body into being twice as tall, all flexible limbs, and super strength nanomachines that cause victims to produce large amounts of a thick gray liquid from their orifices until they burst. These nanomachines cause mutations of the bodies of the victim, with eyes and mouths appearing in the piles of the liquid as it dries. Tinker Chop Shop. You're a tinker with a macro specialization. The bigger it is, the better it works. Materials and time are your only limitations. Cryptid. You're a tinker with a specialty in injection that causes you to transform into a range of emotional forms and can also build a tinker scanner for powers. Each form is tied to your emotional state with strengths and weaknesses inherent in each of them, which combined with secondary modifiers that add altered characteristics like mad anxiety, strained peace, and brooding anger. You combine traits from different forms into a hybrid form with hybridized abilities. If you don't use your whole range of emotional forms, such as trying to stay in one too long, it will negatively impact your psychology and train of thought. These changes can be euphoric in how they affect your mood, like a narcotic. Your exposure to your own monstrous forms gives you resistances to horrific mind-affecting powers. You can also have 2 to 3 transformations a day. With each form, you rotate through a small but permanent change that occurs within your body. In addition, in one area that causes subtraction, and another, like being a little taller, a little stronger, but also a little more sluggish. Required. Street seller. Required. Alchemist. You can transform your potions from tinker, alchemist into injections, increasing their potency without increasing their rate of toxicity buildup. You are also able to convert a potion from an injection to be aerosolized. Additionally, you can imbue your potions with specific emotions, amplifying their effects, but causing the associated emotion to intensify in the user. For example, a potion infused with anger will not only heighten strength, but also trigger a surge of rage. Your emotional forms are no longer limited by a fixed number of transformations per day. You may now shift between forms as many times as necessary. However, pushing beyond your natural limits will cause you to build up toxicity. Withdrawal. You're a tinker who specializes in the creation of physics-breaking nanofluids. You can also construct an agility frame that, despite its fragility, provides you with great mobility. Examples include a fluid vat with a syringe that contains your fluids, which you can switch out as you please. Pink fluid with a numerous non-Newtonian properties, which you can use as a beacon. A kind of specialized transaction surface and trampoline. Neon yellow fluid that becomes paint-like when applied to something, can latch onto something and move onto it with even while dislodged. Or denied telekinesis hold on the object. Red compression fluid used to fit objects into places that they should not physically be able to fit into. And a pill popper, a massive 100-pound launcher inspired by another power, which can be deliver your fluids with remotely detonated football-sized projectiles. Cradle. Your primary power is a tinker power with a specialty in making limbs. You can view your tinker tag attacks to let them hit with an explosive force beyond what they should be hitting with. You have an intuitive ability to stay balanced even while standing with your tinker tech hands. You also have a secondary power that allows you to sense emotional weakness in people, letting you know exactly how far you can push things with them before they will break. Assume me. You're a tinker focused on mass production. Bakuda, you are a tinker whose specialization is bombs. You are able to create bombs with an incredibly wide variety of effects, not all of them lethal. You don't have complete control over what you build, and sometimes you don't even know what the end result will be. Or lab rat. You are a tinker specializing in drugs that temporarily turn subjects into monsters while storing their original form. The drugs trigger a transformation that draws in extra mass, with even water being a possible source. While the transformation can hold off injuries, this does not actually heal the subject. The subject returns to their injured state when the transformation stops. There is no guarantee of complete recovery from experimental forms. Your formulas are geared toward turning people into weapons, with hormones kicking into overdrive and priming their fight or flight instincts. Bonesaw, you are a powerful biotinker with specializing in medical sciences. Tinker string theory. You are a tinker with almost no limitations regarding what you can build. However, all of your creations work on a countdown from the moment construction begins, requiring careful time management and sufficient resources in order to achieve the best results. When time or resources are insufficient, your creation will backfire, like Leap. You tinker noticeably faster than other tinkers and can create specialized drones to do construction for you. Alright. Magnets, son, how do they work? You can create shape magnetic fields within a 100-meter range. Field formation is instantaneous, powerful, and extremely precise. You are limited only by concentration, focus, ingenuity, materials at hand, and the space available within your range. This can be used for applications such as manipulating, compressing, and launching metal, or anything else you can get to work through magnetic fields. Interactions. This comes with a passive defensive shield that will protect you fully from shockwaves and deflect magnetic attacks such as metals, electricity, or plasma. If anything were to happen, you cannot be harmed, arrested, detained, captured, imprisoned, or otherwise obstructed by any non-powered persons or non-sapient beings. Immediately before making such an attempt, they will decide to spend the next hours zealously trying to kill their compatriots and then themselves. Changer Pokemon. You can transform into any Pokemon, including legendaries and mythicals. Pokédex entries still don't apply. When your shard runs out of juice, you're stuck in whatever form you're in at the time. Your transformations are not limited to 4 moves. This limitation is only for competitive fights. Pokemon will usually have around a dozen moves. Hold on! potential. Sorry about that, my cat ran out when I was saying bye to Mom. As you train, your body adapts. While you will always look human, you will no longer have a glass ceiling stopping you from becoming stronger. As long as your training is strenuous, you will always get stronger. Training has to be enough to make you sweat, and your muscles need to hurt at least a little from lactic acid buildup. Fighting will get you significantly more gains than just training. Required brute muscular growth. Your body constantly refines itself for maximum efficiency, strength, and resilience. Every action, whether sprinting, lifting, or fighting, triggers precise adaptations. Sprinting increases speed, weightlifting enhances endurance, and combat sharpens movement and reaction time. Your body eliminates inefficiencies, ensuring that every gain improves overall performance. You also adapt to external threats. If something nearly kills you, your body ensures it won't happen again by reinforcing itself against similar dangers. Heat, force, and trauma trigger permanent resistance. Your muscles continuously harden and densify, making you stronger and more durable over time. With enough training and survival experience, your body becomes nearly indestructible. Trump/Breaker emulation of an alien caveman. Your power grants you all the abilities and attributes of an ancient shard, the ancestors of modern entities. From before they merged into the first entities and left their homeworld, you are not actually an ancient shard. You continue to be whatever species you are naturally, with these abilities and attributes merely being an emulation created by your power. The abilities this emulation grants you include innate mid-tier brute strength, regen, and durability, the ability to travel to nearby dimensions that aren't blocked, the ability to safely absorb large quantities of basic energies like heat, radiation, and electricity that you can store and release at a later time at a nearly 1-to-1 ratio, with only minor energy loss. The ability to see various basic wavelengths for miles in all directions, including into nearby dimensions that aren't blocked. The ability to quickly mentally process and store large quantities of information. The ability to sense and manipulate space-time by a limited degree in a small area around you. And the ability to consume and break down nearly any type of basic matter for fuel. You may also study the abilities and attributes of other creatures, including parahumans, and through these studies replicate those abilities and attributes with your own power for personal use. Though because of the complexity of modern shards and the protections their abilities have against being understood by the unauthorized, you'll struggle to produce abilities this way that are more complex or powerful than those that the fragile one possesses. You'll struggle to produce this way that are more than those that except for basic abilities like heat manipulation that can be considered extensions or evolutions of capabilities you start with. This replication and copying ability is accomplished by mentally manipulating the false biology of a simulation your power provides of the ancient shard your power is emulating to accurately represent an ancient shard with those abilities. All the abilities and attributes this power grants are accurately represented in the simulation of the ancient shard this power is emulating. You can manipulate the simulation to a large and precise degree, which accurately affects all the abilities your power grants based on the simulation. All alterations to the simulation must be biologically possible for a shard, with your power providing a pseudo-thinker power to understand ancient shard biology. The simulation also has a total size limit equal to only that of an average modern shard. So you can't just keep growing and adding to your simulated shard in order to have all your abilities derived from the simulation at full power and maximum capabilities. At the same time, you will eventually have to make sacrifices and compromises in your various builds of the simulation. Your true body acts as the equivalent of an entity avatar in the simulation you're trying to emulate. If you develop the right capabilities in the simulation, you'll be able to do anything to your body that an entity can do to their avatars. You must feel all of these abilities yourself, with running out of energy being fatal for you. You start off full of energy and can store as much energy as your actual shard has a storage capacity for. With just this power, you do not start off with FTL or space travel capabilities, the ability to communicate with modern shards, or the ability to have hosts of your own, though you may eventually develop such abilities with the right alterations to the simulation. If you have taken the neg entropy perk, the way it manifests for this power is a bit unique. Instead of just eliminating your need to worry about your energy reserves, it provides you with a modest passive energy generation rate for your fuel reserves, rapid enough to bring you from an empty tank to full in 30 minutes. Running out of energy will no longer be fatal, it will merely knock you unconscious for a few short minutes. Shard Bud. Your virtual ancient shard and your current shard-like physiology have now merged into a single cohesive entity. You are now more akin to a bud, although purposely limited. While you now have no actual size limit, two soft limitations exist. First, the bigger you are, the more energy is required to sustain you and perform any meaningful action, with the amount needed increasing exponentially. Second, expanding your size can complicate daily interactions and tasks, making normal life cumbersome. This, however, is not all drawbacks, as you now have a bare time replicating powers, with those on the level of the fragile one being entirely within your capability. You also now come inbuilt with the ability to project an avatar if you ever feel the need to do so. Comprehension. Required Shaker Natural World. Your ability to replicate natural phenomena through understanding meshes well with your abilities as a shard. Your ability to sense the various wavelengths that work allows you to better comprehend any physical phenomena you observe, while your ability to influence the physical world through understanding makes the creation of powers based off of your knowledge and understanding incredibly intuitive. All these benefits are exponentially greater in strength should you possess your natural way, such that you can understand all but the most complex powers with but a single glance and replicate them with little effort. Buddy, maker of the end. Your mastery over biocrystalline flesh and the creation of living beings from it allows you to circumvent your size limitations to a certain extent in a very unique way by unlocking the secret of budding through creation of new shards from the data and flesh of existing ones. At will, you can create a virtual bud of your shard self, creating another virtual shard based on the configuration your shard self was in when it budded. This virtual shard can then be assigned to someone, whether that be yourself or someone else, allowing them to use whatever powers it is configured for. Be wary, however, as the act of budding is very energy consuming. These virtual shards have their own separate energy reserves to fill the abilities they supply, which must be managed else they die, though you are able to supply energy from your reserves to them and vice versa. Be wary that you can easily drain your shards of reserves by creating too many buds quickly without proper energy generations, although entropy negates this risk. If you possess Shard Bud, then you can take this one step further and use Maker of the End to create actual shard flesh from your body, rendering your virtual buds true primitive shards in full. This also circumvents your need to worry about creating too many buds, as your shard isn't simulating virtual shards but actually creating new ones. Create enough shards, you might as well be a primitive entity with a network of shards and powers at your disposal. Alright, I will see you next week, and then we can keep reading, because this is starting to get good.